Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the flight deck. Well, after a number of flights in Europe in bad weather and stormy weather and heavy clouds, I figured we'd come down to Australia and get some sunshine and blue sky. Not happening. Doesn't look. In fact, we've got iffy weather at both ends. Forecast out at Norfolk Island right now isn't that good. We seem to be sitting in a storm. At least it looks like it stopped raining, but it's been a bit of wind and thunder and lightning going on here. So we are in Cairns, Australia, and we are real weather, live weather, but I've rolled the time back. It's now 10 a.m. If not, we'd be doing this at night. We wouldn't be able to see anything, so might as well get some good visibility while we're down here on this flight. The flight is going to take us, well, I'll show you the path. It's going to take us down southeast across Australia, and then we will cross out over the waters to Norfolk Island. So let's bring that up now. So here you can see where we're up in Cairns, and we're going to head down towards the Gold Coast here along this strip. You know, the Great Barrier Reef is out there, and then we're going to turn east, head out across the water. You can see this top of New Zealand down here. Norfolk Island, which is located right here, which at the moment weather-wise is kind of low cloud and some haze. So we will see what happens. Simon, good morning. How are you? Yeah, it better be sunny at 35,000 feet. Although some of the flights we've done recently, I've been at cruise and we're still in and out of clouds, so we'll have to see. So that's the flight today. It's about 4 hours, roughly, maybe just slightly less, but we got some entertainment lined up for the trip, so it all should work out well. So let's jump back in the aircraft and we'll start getting her set up. I had a few issues this morning, trying to get a gate that actually lined up properly in the sim, and my PAX doesn't seem to be working properly. We'll see if it actually activates when it's time to go. But we'll get started and we'll see what happens. So we're inside the aircraft. I am running the dev model or dev version of the fly-by-wire mod with the custom flight management fly-by-wire system in it. But it is a version from a couple days ago. I know they've been releasing a lot of updates to it, but this one's been working. So until that kind of calms down and they settle on that, I'm going to stick with this one. But it does have the book here, which I'll turn on, and of course I've got my good Canadian coffee cup right beside us there. Hey, the Rapper, how you doing? Good to see you. So while we do this, let's just go over here. I'll get my sim brief in there, and we'll get that loaded up. There we go. So that's the iPad taken care of. All right, so down the checklist we go. Before we do that, though, I have to turn on this, which is my virtual airline tracking, since this is a virtual airline flight where I'm not flying, in case anyone's wondering, I'm not flying my usual Fly UK livery. This is Topa Sky, our New Zealand and Australia subsidiary down here, but it's still the A320neo. And we are on VATSIM. That's Nick, by the way, over in the British Airways, but doesn't seem to be anyone online at the moment. We'll see if that changes. Alright, so the parking brake is set. Chocks have been removed. Ground power unit is connected. Throttle levers are at idle. Engine master cutoffs are in cutoff. Ignition switch is in normal. Batteries are now on. And the adheres are aligning. So we'll come down, get the lights up. As per normal, I turn down the weather radar on my side so it's not overwhelming over the flight path. But I leave the weather radar on the FO up nice and bright so I can see it from over here. I'm going to do the E-cams. I also leave his display at 40 miles, and that just becomes my weather display for the flight. Put up the McDo's. Lower integral lights. We'll get a little bit of floods on since it is kind of gloomy and dark out. And there is all the lights. Landing gear lever is confirmed down. Flaps are confirmed up. Spoilers confirmed retracted. Fuel quantity. We got a lot of fuel because our alternate for this flight is up in New Guinea. So it's another hour or something away if we can't get into Norfolk Island. So we got to carry the fuel to get there. Seatbelt signs and no portable devices coming on. Now, let's see if this works. Flight crew, you can begin boarding. There we go. What I'm not getting is my little status bar at the bottom of the screen, but that's a minor thing. Alright, so let's get the weather. We'll go to the init page. Request our flight plan in. There she is. Cost index of 25. Flight number is set, and our alternate there, NWWW. That's up in Papua New Guinea. I guess with the weather change, it makes more sense to go there than Auckland, in New Zealand. So we'll send in the weather request. And we'll continue setting up the airplane. Only 107 passengers today. So our zero fuel weight is 52.8. And our center of gravity is 22.9. Our block fuel today is 12.6, so we can confirm 12.6 there. And our trip wind is a slight tailwind of 14 knots. There we go. Let's clear those messages. 3 minutes to go. We'll start up the APU. Get that up and going so it's ready for us when we need it. But the boarding music? Yeah, packs standard ambient sound. Alright, so we're departing on runway 15 today. And we're going off the Swift 8 departure. And our arrival will be, it's actually Nick's favorite arrival. We're doing an RNAV into Norfolk Island. And it will be the RNAV Y for runway 11, which is a straight in. The one above it, the RNAV X, is if you're coming in from the east, and it has a turnaround on it. But this is basically just a straight in, so it should be fine. Performance page, transition altitude here on the Swift 8 will be 10,000 feet. I'll change the thrust reduction to match the acceleration altitude of 1010. It's 1,000 feet above the ground in both cases. Flaps 1 with a...
On behalf of the cabin crew, I'd like to welcome you aboard our flight.
Up 1.2 on the horizontal stabilizer trim. And given it's a contaminated runway, we're going to do a toga. So no flex today, so it's a 132. Rotate at 133. Minimum climb speed of 137. And that's now entered into the primary flight display.
If you're in an emergency exit row, please leave the exit seating responsibilities in the card.
So we'll go back to the weather.
If you're not able to comply with
grab that.
Please let a flight attendant know so that way you can be reseated. Now's the time to get out any last-minute text messages if you need to, but we ask that once you depart...
And it says weather is not available. So sometimes I find when that happens, if we try it again, it'll work the second time. So let's try it one more time. If not, I do have it pulled up on another screen so I can actually look at it. So it looks like the catering has now showed up. And we should be getting the final bags on board. Oh, looks like they're already done with the bags. Oops. That's good. So all the bags are on board. Let's go back down and check the weather again. See if we got a better response. No. All right. So going into my other weather. Automated weather report for, well, it's over an hour ago now. No wind, scattered at 2800, broken at 3800, overcast at 4500, 24 degrees, QNH 1010. No accounting for thunderstorms and no accounting for the rain. However, we're
ready to go when you are.
Thank you. The TAF said that we were expecting light rain showers, and when I first logged in, we were getting light rain showers, so there you go. So we're going to set 1010 on the standby, and there's a lightning still. 1010 on the primary. So at this point, we would contact ATC for our clearance, but they're not online, so we're going to clear ourselves, runway 15 via the Swift 8 VOR. We have an altitude, not an altitude restriction, a speed restriction on the departure. We're going at 37,000 feet, so I'm just going to check. Yeah, 37 in. We have a speed restriction of 190 knots until we reach a certain point. So we're going to set 190 knots as a speed restriction. And we'll be hand flying out, so that's not going to be a big deal. So it looks like catering's done, and we are all set to go. No other aircraft here today. So the transponder, we will set to, I'm going to put 2000. That's the North American IFR default. TCAS will go on TARA and all aircraft. Beacon light coming on. Emergency lights are armed. Crew oxygen set. Air conditioning and heating in the back is set. FMC is set up. Speed limit of 190 and 370 set for flight altitude. Departure briefing is complete. Doors are good. Let's sign off on the manifest. We'll lock the cabin door and we'll get them to remove the jetway. There you go. Front door is now locked.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard Flight 5556.
APU is available. APU bleed is now on.
And 27 minutes. Now that the cabin door is closed,
Fuel pumps coming on.
are in airplane mode and your large devices are now shut down and stowed. Please fasten your seatbelt and
APU
ensure
has
that all
electrical
safety
power
and
and bleeds.
factor
External
initial
power
upright
is
oxygen
disconnected.
before departure. Cabin crew secure doors for departure.
And time to leave. Let's confirm the jetway is clear. Jetway is clear. So we're going to go back and we're going to go tail to the right. What do you mean the parking brake's not set? Oh.
Cockpit to ground.
Go ahead, flight deck.
We are ready for pushback and engine start.
Roger. Release the parking brakes, please.
Now you want the brakes off.
Parking brakes released. Pushing back.
The wrapper, no, I have not done that. And in my last number of flights, since I got this version that I'm running, I have not had the ballooning effect. So I think the version I have is okay. That's why I haven't upgraded. I'm waiting for that all to settle down. But at the moment, it's the last few flights I've done with it, I've been fine, so I'm just leaving it the way it is at the moment. Well, now, having said that, it will come back and bite me. But we will see. Alright, there we go. Pushback has begun, and we are clear around the aircraft.
You are clear behind, and you can start your engines at your discretion.
Alright,
Igniters on, starting engine 1.
You will notice a light illuminated above your seat. When this light is illuminated, please fasten your seatbelt low and tight across your lap. To fasten, insert the metal fittings into one another and tighten by pulling on the loose end of the strap. To release your seatbelt, lift the upper portion of the buckle. We suggest that you keep your seatbelt fastened throughout the flight as you may experience unexpected turbulence. Please take a few moments to now locate one of the several emergency exits on this aircraft. In some cases, your nearest exit may be behind you. In case of an emergency and we need to evacuate the aircraft, there is lighting on the floor that will guide you towards the exit. In the event of a decompression, an oxygen mask will drop in front of you. To start the flow of oxygen, pull the mask towards you. Place it firmly over your nose and mouth, secure the elastic band behind your head, tighten the straps if necessary, and breathe normally. Although the bag does not inflate, oxygen is flowing to the mask. If you are traveling with a child or someone who requires assistance, secure your mask on first and then assist others. Keep your mask on until a member of the crew advises you it is safe to remove it. In the unlikely event of a water landing, a life vest is located in a pouch under your seat or between the armrests. When instructed to do so, open the plastic pouch and remove the vest. Flip it over your head. Wrap the straps around your waist and buckle at the front.
Pushback complete. Set parking brakes, please.
Parking brakes set.
Roger. Okay, the tow bar is disconnected and
Alright.
the equipment is clear. We'll see you on the right side with the pin.
Thanks, and you can disconnect and go to hand signals.
Wait for this to
Thanks. Have a good
finish.
flight. See you later.
He is gone.
As a secondary flotation device. Pull the cushion from the seat, slip your arms into the straps, and hug the cushion.
Let's get a nice view here.
Fasten in seatbelts
And we will
so
start
you
up
are in their
engine
full
number
operating
2, go
position.
outside and listen
We
to her
remind you
go.
that this is a non-smoking flight.
Yeah, for some reason, I guess there's a version of it out that didn't get caught up in that, so it's fine. Like I said, they're not updating it until March, and until the fly-by-wire guys say that they've actually resolved it, I'm just going to stick with the one I got. Do love the new sounds though. Sound awesome. There we go. That's engine number 2. And she's coming up. And engine number 2 available. Good start. Igniter's off. And APU's coming off. Nick, if you want to push back and go tail to the left, you could probably push past the taxiway, and that way you don't have to wait for me. Alright. So everything's good up top. Electrics are all on, hydraulics are all on. And no faults. Engines are all looking good. So pre-taxi checklist. Probe and window heats coming on. Now, I've seen people get confused with the probe and window heats. It is not de-icing. Your anti-ice is the wing and the engine anti-ice. The probe and window heats. Window heat just keeps the windows from fogging up or frosting up, and the probe part of it is the probes on the aircraft. Let's see if I can see them. So you can see the probes here, the one covered surrounded in the red circle, and then there's a static ports over here, the red rectangle, dotted rectangle. Those are the sensors for the instruments, and they have to be kept clear of ice. So the probe heat those up so ice won't form, especially if there's rain and moisture on it on the ground and you go up into the colder air, and then they could freeze. So they keep that free. If your ram air probe freezes over, you will have zero airspeed, which the aircraft relies on for a lot of things, obviously. Same with the static one. If the static one freezes over, that's your altitude and stuff like that. So those have to be on at all times. The anti-ice does not cover the entire airplane. So if we look outside, you'll notice on the leading edge of the wing and at the front of the engine, it's bare metal. It's not painted. Those are the surfaces that will heat up to melt the ice that are on it. Nothing else. So you can have stuff on the wing, you can have stuff on the fuselage. The critical areas are around the engine, because any ice buildup there will interfere with the airflow into the engine. And the leading edge, that is where your lift is generated, and any buildup there will disrupt the airflow over the wing, and you don't want that. So when you see the airplanes that have ice on them and stuff, which it is over-modeled in the sim, it's not a big concern, because with the anti-ice on, you'll notice that those edges are clear. So it's just a little bit about that stuff. So moving on, altimeters and heading indicators set, and cross-check standby instruments are set. Radios and avionics are set for departure. Autopilot is off, but ready. Flight directors coming on both sides. And Nick 10-4, you're going to wait. Auto brake will be set to max. Flaps, it's a flaps 1 takeoff. Down to the flight control. Elevator trim today is 1.2 up. So 1.2 up. And flight control surfaces. So full left, full right, neutral, full forward, full back, neutral, full left rudder, full right rudder, neutral. Controls are free and correct. And that will come off. We will go to our taxi light on, and we are ready to go. Cairns traffic, Skyways 5556 taxiing, runway 15, Charlie 3 Bravo, Bravo 2, and backtracking on 15. Alright, so parking brake will come off, and we can start to taxi. So we'll arm the spoilers, do our TO config, and we don't have far to go, so we'll get the cabin crew to get ready. And another big thing, if anyone is going to be doing this on a regular basis and you want to be accurate, and especially if you want to use something like VATSIM, get Navigraph charts. I mean, that's what I'm looking at right now, and I can see all the taxiway names. And when you're departing or arriving at an airport and they give you a whole string of taxiways they want you to follow, honestly, if you don't have the charts, you're going to be lost. And if it's a busy airport, they'll get a little annoyed if you tell them that you want turn-by-turn directions. But since it is the middle of the night down in Australia, at the moment it's just me and Nick here at Cairns. Although there was a pair of guys took off just as we logged in, so. Yeah, it's probably because I forgot to set the frequency. So we will set that now. See, there's the thing with checklists, right? I even said radios and avionics set, and I didn't even look. That's where you get complacent. I'll call the backtrack again just to make sure that it's out there. And when you enter onto a runway, you should always have your lights and strobes on. So we're going to stop here. I'll do my whole pre-takeoff checklist, and then we'll go and backtrack. Just so we're all ready, because yeah, as you can see, the end of the runway is not that far away. This is a beautiful airport. This is the default airport for Cairns. It's a nice airport. Especially when you're landing 1-5 and you come in over the hills and then come along the coast. It's pretty cool. All right, so parking brake set. So flight instruments have been checked. Engine instruments, wow, that lightning, checked. Takeoff data. It's V1 of 132, V rotate of 133, and V2 137. 137 is in the PFD. Checked. Nav equipment is checked. Landing lights coming on. Strobe lights on, and nose wheel to takeoff. Pitot heat confirmed on. De-ice not required. Transponder is on altitude. Weather radar is on. PWS is on. And we are good. Cairns traffic, Skyways, 5556 backtracking, runway 15. Alright.
Yeah, roger that.
Alright. So you heard me that time, so. Yeah, Rapper, I'll tell you, it's checklists. If you read them and then do what it says, they can save you from things. You can tend to forget. I've done it, and I've been flight simming since flight sims existed and flown in real life, and I'll forget things. So checklists are always a huge thing. That's why even the professional pilots who fly every day use them. So I set us up as a toga takeoff because it was raining when we came in and the runway was contaminated, but it's not raining now, although we do have thunder and lightning in the area. And you can see the low cloud there on the hill. So it's going to be interesting as we go out of here. Alright. We'll make the turnaround here. And you can see they've set up for it. So you turn to the inside of whoever's flying. So if the aircraft had a tiller on the other side and the first officer was steering, he'd go up on his side there to bring the aircraft around so that you're on the inside of the turn. There you go. I'll come around. It's good Nick's behind me anyway, because given the way my airplane is flown compared to some of the other guys in these streams, he'll be catching up to me soon enough. There we go. Alright, so I'm just going over to my departure because there's a bit of an S-turn we have to make on departure to get around the mountains here. And that's where the speed restriction comes in as well. Alright. So, just to go over the departure, when we hit 400 feet above the ground, we're going to be getting a left turn. We'll turn left to 30 degrees, and that will take us around the mountains there at the far end. And then once we're on 30-degree heading, we can accelerate past 190 knots. And then once we get above 4,000 feet, we can begin our right turn around to our course out to the next waypoint marker. That's the plan. We'll see how well it goes. So, 5-degree down pitch, engines up to 40%. Cairns traffic, Skyways 5556 rolling runway 15 on the Swift 8 departure. Brakes off. Throttles, takeoff power set. Toga SRS and runway enabled. It's 80 knots. 100 knots. Ease off on the forward pressure. Keeping her on the center line. V1. Rotate. Bringing her up to about 12, 15 degrees. Positive rate. Gear up.
Seabird 464.
400 feet.
15.
Beginning our left turn 30 degrees. They want a minimum 25 degree bank. So 30 degree bank to 030. Thrust lever to climb. Engine's holding. 190. There's 70 degrees. $30, roll off of the turn. Alright, we're established on 030, so speed up to 240. Actually, we go manage speed at this point. And flaps up. We'll nose down to about 7 degrees for acceleration. $200 knots through, 4,000 feet. We can now roll on to our, heading to our first waypoint. Go 30 degrees. It's 5,000 feet. Custom fly-by-wire is really good. It's really holding on and working very well with holding my positions and everything where I want it. I'm kind of popping through some cloud. We're going to go to about 160 degrees and we'll roll out for the intercept on our course, our flight path. There we go. And flight directors are lined up, so autopilot on. A little bit bumpy. (10,000 feet is our transition altitude. It's 9,000. Disarm the speed brakes.
You can now turn on your larger portable electronic devices. As a reminder, please keep your seatbelt fastened while you're seated.
10,000. Oop.
This aircraft is equipped with onboard Wi-Fi.
Standard pressure.
Wi-Fi, you'll be directed to a page to a small key for internet access. We do offer complimentary
Lights will come off. Sorry. Strobe stays on. Taxi light off. Seatbelt signs will stay on as we're bouncing around a little bit here. I'll leave them on at the moment. So it's still 22 degrees outside air temperature. There's that heavy, murky, overcast layer we've punched through now. Starting to turn onto course, so we'll wind out the range. So I've noticed even on the custom fly-by-wire flight modeling that they have in place, the engines sometimes go into that overheat mode. I'm not sure that's entirely accurate because, I mean, it's not like I was heavily pushing the engines there. And we came back into climb mode right when it said to, and the management took over and it kept the engines up there. So not sure exactly what's going on with that. I'm sure it's all part of the tweaking process as they go through it. But the new graphics, the new sounds, I mean, you've got the pad here showing the weather, and you can see a little bit of cloud and stuff around where we are. Accurate location on the map, accurate METARs when they are available. They're not coming up. And more coming. I mean, you got your whole SimBrief load sheet in here. That top of descent calculator's coming shortly. That Gavin was showing off a little while ago. So these guys are really doing a good job of improving things. And then you've got the new textures and everything inside, and the engine sounds, how they're working on stuff. So it should just keep getting better and better, really. Alright, so we've stabled a little bit so people can get up and move around in the back. Let's keep monitoring everything here. We're into the clouds again, so not a lot to see. Munich to Dusseldorf. Yeah, that is a short flight. What's your cruise altitude for that one? So if you're new to the channel, well, welcome. I tend to do some tours. I live stream on the weekends, and my weekend flights are all virtual airline flights. So they'll be either down here in the Australia, New Zealand area or in Europe at the moment, given the aircraft limitations in the flight sim. My videos during the week are kind of tour-based, so different concepts and themes. And everything from the A320, I do small GA airplanes on some of them. So that's kind of mainly the channel. One of the things I also do is request flights. So people sometimes ask if they want to see a certain city or a route. If I can do it and figure out a way to do it, I will do it and do a video of it for you. So if anybody sees that and wants to see something, let me know. I've done flights in Japan. I just did a 3-part series in Brazil. There's one coming soon in the Caribbean that somebody asked for, so more than willing. Oh, let's go outside. I think we're about to pop out of the clouds. There we go. Finally got some blue sky. Getting all those anti-ice warnings, but we're above it now. See if I can just clear those messages. I didn't hear the dings. We still got that one there. Oh, you want me to go to ignition mode? There you go. Severe ice detected. Oh, you still want me to have that on? Okay. We'll leave it on for now. They've been adding into the messages and everything, so it's nice to see that they're improving that. Not much to see out the windows, that's for sure. It's the clouds on both sides by the looks of it. Yeah. I think we'll stick with this side since if it does clear, this is the side we'll see Australia on. So once we get up to cruise, we'll have a seat back there, we can relax, and I'll throw some entertainment on. So our estimated arrival time right now is 18:46, so that's 3 hours. And that estimated arrival is down to about 5,000 feet, so basically into our approach into the airport. So add a little bit more than that for final landing, taxi, shutdown, so about 3.5 hours. Everything is looking good. A little twitchy on the trim there, but other than that, not bad. Would be nice if you could brighten the screen up here, the map. Or put it into a kind of like a day mode instead of this appears to be like a night mode. It's nice, got the time on it. And again, pretty simple flight. We're just heading down. We left from the Swift VOR. We head down on the Y177 air route down to Guyane, and then we take the G329 out to Dallas, and then we go into the airport. So it's kind of like we're going down 2 air highways. Simple route for down here. Lots of waypoints along it, like you'd find on any highway, lots of exits, but fairly simple. Oh, somebody's going for their ATC rating. Alright, so icing's not detected, so we can come off. You can go back, and we can come off on the overhead. There's 32,000 feet. So let's go into the back. Like I said, we'll go here in case the cloud's clear. You can see what's going on out there. And we will start with a little bit of entertainment here. Back in a minute when it's done.
starting our in-flight service. We'll be serving complimentary drinks and snacks. Please look in your seat back for a list of complimentary drinks. Premium drinks are available for a small charge. If you wish to make an additional purchase, we only accept credit cards.
Oh, there you go. How about that hero Mighty Mouse? Don't take another look outside. You can see we just got a solid cloud layer as far as the eye can see. I mean, I hope it doesn't last all the way down to where we turn off Australia, because it'd be nice to see the land as we go. But well, it is what it is. We'll just have to put up with it. Anyway, I think at this point I'm gonna go off off the mic for a while, and I'll be in the chat as I do some stuff. But I do have, as I mentioned, some more entertainment lined up, and I'll just get that squared away here. So I did a little bit of digging around. Hey, Captain Dutchy, how are you? Well, hey, you made it just in time for the in-flight entertainment, which is about to start. So sit back, relax, and enjoy this bit of classic entertainment. And we will pick up with you again in a little while.
Dr. Mates? Dr. Mates? I'm sorry. I guess it was nothing. A sudden light reflection. It startled me.
There's no doubt a comet or a meteor.
No, it seemed to be a drill-shaped thing. Revolving. No, it must have been my imagination. It makes me realize how desperately alone the Earth is. Hanging in space like a speck of food floating in the ocean. Sooner or later to be swallowed up by some creature floating by.
Oh, come now.
Time will tell, Dr. Mason. We can only wait and wonder. Wonder how. Wonder when.
preliminary findings.
Thor reporting. 42 saturation degrees and 96 volumes. Intermediate fluctuation in Marfan content.
Derek reporting. Tridex mixer components ratio exceeding 7 to 1.4.
Morrow reporting. Diagonal adjustment reading resisting structural forms by 2.8.0 vernums.
Saw reporting. Uneven cartoid levels intersect planes below 0.03.
Surface readings register above minimum requirements. Morrow, go below and bring up the young Gargan specimen. Now the decision depends on its reactions.
Wait, Captain. I have found evidence of intelligent beings on this planet.
Of what concern are foreign beings?
Of none to you, Thor. Just as you were so unconcerned when you destroyed the small creature. So bravely.
It was no more than an insect.
But it had life. And that life you had to take to satisfy your endless hunger for killing.
Silence! Both of you! Proceed, bring the Gargan.
That will not be necessary, Captain. Conditions here will be reported as unsatisfactory, as they were on the other planets we have charted.
By what authority?
You will prepare for takeoff. The ship will leave this planet immediately.
According to our code of operations.
You may forget the code of operations, Captain. Only civilized beings could have made the inscription on this metal piece. We shall not have the thousands of Gargans brought here to destroy them.
You have concern for foreign beings over our mission to locate grazing land for our Gargan herds? Recall, it is necessary as a reserve food supply for our people.
Our people? We live like parts of a machine. We don't know our fathers or mothers were raised in cubicles. The sick and the old are put to death.
It is the one and only way to maintain the supreme race. Have you forgotten it?
Our people have forgotten. They have been made to forget for centuries. But I have learned how it once was. Families, brothers and sisters. There was happiness. There was love.
Of what do you speak? From where have you learned such things?
I have read. I have read from this book. I discovered it and kept it hidden. Somehow it survived the flames of the Annihilators, and our people were turned into mechanized slaves centuries ago.
When we return to our planet, the High Court may well sentence you to torture and death for this treason.
The High Court may judge me after we have accomplished our mission. We will find an uninhabited planet to which the herds of Gargans may be shipped, without endangering civilized beings.
Let me see that book. I am interested to see what sways your mind so heavily.
You may have it.
Bring up the Gargan. You were a fool, Derek. This book has poisoned your mind, and you shall suffer for it.
Captain, if the Gargans are shipped here, the inhabitants may destroy them. That possibility alone makes it worthwhile to locate an uninhabited planet.
That book has indeed made you forget many things. We are the supreme race. We have the supreme weapons. Keep him under guard, Thor. I will study the reactions of the young Gargan.
Before the High Court has you executed, you should be made to watch what happens when we return here with the Gargans. By the elements alone, they will grow to millions of times their original size in less time than it takes for the sun to rise and fall.
It thrives, Captain. Already I can feel it has grown heavier.
We shall return to our base and lead the transport ships here. Soon this planet will be covered with full-grown Gargans. A safe distance from our planet, yet their meat will be available to us for the harvesting. Repack the instruments. I shall radio back the news of our success.
Captain! Captain, something has gone wrong. Look here.
What? What has happened?
I do not know. It suddenly fell limp, and now does not move.
Assemble the TRSs, hook in the gas grading instruments. Quick, quick! The atmosphere here tested above minimum, but the Gargan species cannot live due to excessive nitrogenic gas compounds emitted in our preliminary diagnosis.
Then this planet will be reported as unsuitable?
Repack the instruments and prepare for takeoff. We will continue our search in another solar system. And when we return to our home base, you will be presented to the High Court with the evidence against you. Thor, Saul, find the prisoner and prepare him for the isolation chamber. I will make contact with base. Expedition Z06 to base. Expedition Z06 to base.
Guard him. I will get the straps.
Lie down. Put your hands behind you.
He is escaping!
Go! How did he get free?
He escaped from Saul. I could have stopped him.
Derek is to be brought back alive. He is the son of our leader.
Derek?
I reported his actions and was connected with the leader himself. He told me this. He said Derek does not know.
As the son of our leader, the High Court will pardon him.
He will be pardoned. When the sky is light, we will begin to search for him.
Captain, look at this. The Gargan. It is not dead.
It has revived.
It flourishes. The excessive nitrogenic gas compound shocked its system. Now it thrives on the very same compounds.
Then this planet is suitable.
Completely. I must resume radio vision contact. Morrow, Saul, secure the Gargan by expandable leg bands. Out of sight, that cave. The size it attains by the time we return will give us an exact growth rate to expect of the herds.
At the rate the Gargan is expected to grow, what will prevent it from tearing loose the leg bands and escaping from the cave?
We shall be back before that happens, unless it should receive food in excess of the atmospheric elements. We will leave nothing else for it to consume.
Imagine thousands of beasts like that, millions of times enlarged, roaming over this planet.
They will be harvested from the air, so there will be no danger to us.
Let us be quick. I do not like to look upon it.
Now that you report the planet is suitable for our purposes, you are to return here immediately and prepare to lead the transport ships there. Derek's escape could now mean difficulty in our operation should he communicate in any way with the inhabitants, inferior though they may be.
If we are to return now, how can he be stopped?
Leave your best man to find Derek and inform him he is my son. I will join you on the return trip to meet him there.
He may be stubborn. He has already threatened our lives.
If that becomes the case, he must be destroyed. And any beings with whom he might communicate, they must be destroyed. Your orders are complete.
I shall send my best man.
I heard the orders, Captain. Let me find Derek.
You will wait until the sky is light enough to begin the search. We will leave now and return here to meet you when we bring the Gargans. Do not fail, Thor.
I shall not fail.
Can I help you, sir?
Yes, I would. Would you tell me the meaning of the inscription on this metal piece?
Sparky, 1243 Willow Crest Drive. That's just 3 blocks down there and a few doors up. You can't miss it.
Hey, what's what you're doing now?
No, I'm sorry. I was just trying to make out what kind of clothes that guy was wearing. Looks like some kind of military uniform. Wonder where he's from.
Could be from Mars, for all I care. Hurry up there, boy, will you? I haven't got all day.
Hop in, I'll give you a lift.
Lift?
Well, it's a long way into town. Okay, it's all right with me.
Wait!
Never saw a uniform like that before. What brings you here?
I am searching for someone.
Maybe I can help you. Know a lot of folks around these parts.
I am searching for someone you could not know.
I put Sparky's breakfast out 20 minutes ago, Grandpa, and it's still here.
He's probably still out chasing gophers.
Hello. You've come to see our room for rent?
What's that?
A fellow to see the room for rent, Grandpa. You show it to him, will you? Joe'll be by for me in a minute. We're going swimming at Alice's, and I haven't even changed yet. Well, come on in. I'm Betty Morgan, and this is my grandpa.
How do you do, son? Just arrived in town? Don't believe I've seen you around before.
I just arrived.
Your name?
Derek.
Derek. The empty room belonged to my brother, Bud. He's married now and lives upstate.
Your brother? You knew your brother?
Did I know my brother? That's a strange question to ask. Grandpa raised us both since we were kids after Mom and Dad died.
I'm sorry, it's just that I never knew any brothers or sisters.
Your mother and father decided to play it smart and avoid a lot of squabbles around the house.
Oh, Grandpa.
I never knew my mother or father.
Well, let's take a look at the room, and if you like it, you're welcome to stay.
It's this way. I'll show it to you.
Hey, I thought you were getting ready to go swimming.
No, that can wait. Right in here, Derek. I hope you like the view. There's plenty of room.
What's the matter? You act like you've never seen the inside of an automobile before.
What is this?
The gear shift. Where have you been all your life?
The gear shift. Tell me what it is for.
Now look, mister, I didn't offer you a ride to give no driving lesson.
Tell me!
Sure. I didn't mean anything. Here's the clutch. When I push it in, I change gears. Low, second, and high.
And to halt the vehicle?
When I want to stop, I press the brake, right here.
And this?
The starter and ignition switch.
And the fuel, what does it use?
Are you kidding? Gasoline, of course. Here's the gas pedal right here. It's about time I have the tank filled.
From Grandpa, and he just said he was from very far away.
He did, huh? Well, maybe he doesn't like to talk about where he's from. With the looks of his outfit, I'd say he's raised in a private school of some sort.
Oh, Grandpa, if he just got into town and can't pay the rent until he gets a job or something, would...
Well, what do you say, young man? What do you think of the room?
You will let me live here with you?
Well, sure. That's why we had the sign up. That's why you came here, wasn't it?
Not exactly.
Derek, I was just talking to Grandpa, and... Well, if you don't have the rent money right away, that could wait until he gets a job, couldn't it, Grandpa?
Why, sure. That's all right with me, Betty. But then if he doesn't like the room...
I like it here. Very much. I would like to stay.
Fine. I'll go out and take down the sign. You can use the phone to have your bags brought over.
My bags? I have nothing else.
No other clothes or anything?
We were not allowed to. I mean, my uniform is all I have.
Gosh, you've got to have more than that. Bud left some of his clothes in the closet, Grandpa. Couldn't Derek use some of them?
Of course, my dear. Bud wouldn't mind a bit, I'm sure.
Oh, golly, that's Joe. Put on whatever you like from the closet, Derek. I'll be right back. Make yourself at home.
Hi there, Joe. Hi, Gramps. Betty, I'm afraid I can't make the swimming date. Not till later, anyway. Got a sudden assignment for the paper.
Oh, gosh, what now, Joe?
I have a list of folks to interview. Say they saw a new flying saucer last night.
Sounds like it might take you all day.
I hope not. I'll call you as soon as I get through, okay?
Okay, Joe.
I guess a reporter's life can be pretty hectic. You never know when a news story will break.
Just thinking. Maybe Derek would like to go swimming if you let us borrow the car.
Betty would at that. If you don't think Alice would mind.
You don't know Alice. I won't be able to keep them apart.
What's going on in town anyway, mister? A convention or something?
What?
Well, those clothes you're wearing. I talked to a guy this morning who was wearing the same kind of outfit.
Maybe the guy you're looking for, huh?
You spoke to him? What did he tell you? Where did he go?
Hey, what's the matter with you? Hey, take your hands off me.
You will tell me what he said to you.
Oh, why should I? Hey, who do you think you are, anyway?
Answer me, or I destroy you.
He came here with a dog tag. Wanted to know about the address, and I told him how to find it.
Where? Where did you send him?
It was an address on Lower Crest Drive. 1243, I think.
Tell me how to get there.
Just drive down there about 3 blocks. That's Willow Crest. 1243. It's only a few doors up.
You don't have to put the brake on so hard, Derek. That is, unless you want us to go through the windshield every time.
I have never piloted a vehicle like this before. I will try again.
This time, pull in there. That's Alice's house. Oh, much better.
Look, Betty.
Yes, Derek? What is it?
When I came to your place, it was because of...
Yes.
I had just arrived here. I did not know where else to go, but Everything was so strange to me.
I'm glad you came. So is Grandpa. Without any family or friends, you wouldn't like it at a hotel or any place like that. Come on. I hope Alice can dig up some swim trunks for you.
Hi there. Who's the stranger?
Joe couldn't make it, Alice. I talked Derek into coming along. Derek, this is Alice.
Derek. Hey, I like that. Come on in, the water's fine.
Look, we need a pair of swim trunks. I couldn't find any at my house.
No problem at all. He can wear a pair of my father's. The folks are gone today, and so are the servants. We have the whole place to ourselves.
Where are the trunks, Alice?
Hanging up right over there.
They look a little large for you, Derek.
Well, maybe you better put them on with some clothespins, too, just in case.
I guess it's safe to try them on anyway. Over there at the bathhouse. What was that?
Don't worry, I'll get it.
It is what I wanted to tell you about. The reason I came to your place when I did not know where else to go.
Heck, I thought it was a 50-cent piece at least.
That looks like... who it is? It's Sparky's. Sparky's dog tag. Well, where on earth did you find it?
When I first arrived, I was with some others. One of them destroyed a small creature. Later, I found that among the remains.
You mean somebody killed Sparky? Oh, no, Derek, it can't be true. Why would anyone want to kill Sparky?
Betty, I'm sorry.
Tell me who did it, Derek.
They are gone now. Only I remained.
But I don't understand. Where is Sparky? Will you take me to where it happened?
I'll get dressed and come with you.
No, Alice, please. You stay here. We'll see you later.
Well, so Derek didn't come into town alone. If you're looking for him, he isn't here now. He and Betty, that's my granddaughter, they went over to the Woodwards. Why don't you go on over there? No doubt they'd be glad to have you join in the fun.
Yes. How do I go there?
The Woodwards are straight on down the street about 3 miles, just before you get to the park. Got the biggest house in the block down there. You can't miss it. Where are you fellas from, anyway? Don't believe I've seen uniforms like yours before. Military secret, eh? Well, it doesn't matter. Derek didn't say where he's from either. Don't let me keep you. You're probably anxious to see him.
Where is he, Derek? You don't mean those old bones. You can see they've been here for a very long time.
No. It was among these remains that I found the metal inscription.
This couldn't be Sparky. I know. He must have been here and his collar tag fell off, that's all.
You are not familiar with the focusing disintegrator ray?
The what?
It projects an isolated beam which separates the molecules of living material in chain reaction. All but the solids, the skeletal braces.
Horrible. And you mean Sparky? But...
Over there is what happened when the same beam was aimed at me. It missed, and that is what is left.
Good heavens, Derek. You've got to explain it to me. Why were they doing this? Where were they from? How did you?
Betty, tell me. What is the most advanced form of transportation that you know?
What do you mean? What's that got to do with it?
Please, tell me, Betty.
Airplanes. Jet airplanes, I guess. Why?
And where do they go? From where to where?
To anywhere in the world.
And that's all?
Where else is there to go?
I shouldn't have brought you here.
Is it about a new secret weapon? Something you and the others invented, and then they turned against you?
It is something like that. I guess I should try to find someone I can explain it to.
Maybe Professor Simpson at the college. He's head of the science department. He will... What is it, Derek?
Betty, when you learn where I'm from, well, you may not understand, but I hope it will not make any difference between us, because...
I don't care where you're from. I don't understand all this, but somehow I feel that I've always known you. That we've never been apart.
Let us go to the professor you speak of.
We have to pass the house first, so I can change.
What was that? Did you hear a sound?
No. Only the wind. What sort of sound?
Nothing. Imagination alarmed me. Come, let us be on our way.
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
You are alone?
Could be.
Where are the others? The ones who were with you?
Why do you want to know that?
Tell me where they are.
Say, who are you anyway?
Never mind. Just tell me.
They left here. They're gone.
Where did they go?
I think you better get out of here before I call the police.
You will call no one. You will do as I say.
That's what you think, mister.
I said you will call no one.
Grandpa was asleep, so I left a note so he'll know where we went. If I know Grandpa will be back before he even wakes up.
Hello.
Hello, Gramps. This is Joe. Betty there?
No, she and Derek went on over to the Woodward's pool. You could probably reach her over there.
Derek? Who's Derek?
Oh, you haven't met him yet, have you? He rented Bud's old room this morning. Seems like a nice fellow.
Oh? Well, the reason I called, I wanted to tell Betty I stumbled onto a double murder story that may keep me longer, but... Well, after I get the story into the paper, I'll go on over to Alice's and see her there.
A double murder, Joe? When was it? Where?
We're not sure yet, Gramps. There's only a couple of skeletons. We'll know more when the coroner gets here.
We're gonna get busy now, Gramps. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Joe! Joe, I just found a note. Joe! Hello, hello. By golly, you missed them at the pool, huh? Sure am sorry. Betty left me a note. Now they've gone over to the college to see Professor Simpson.
Hello. Where can we find Professor Simpson?
This is his office, but he hasn't come in yet.
Well, let's wait for him at the faculty parking lot. It's just around the building.
You may wait here if you like.
No, thank you. We'll wait outside.
Good morning, Hilda.
Oh, good morning, Professor Simpson.
Have the aptitude questionnaires come in?
They're probably still in mimeography. I'll go down and see if they're ready.
That's Professor Simpson's office. The third floor down. He's head of the science department.
Well, that looks like Professor Simpson's car right there. He must be somewhere else on campus. We better go back to his office and wait.
Hello? This is Simpson, science department. I...
Put that down.
What is the meaning of this?
Do as I say.
Who are you?
Where is he? The one who came with information for you.
Who? You are making some mistake.
I am making no mistake. Where did he go? Out there?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You will speak to no one else.
Yes, I know. He came in right after you left.
Ah! Oh, Derek.
Oh, some kind of foolish joke. I'm not going to keep a job where this sort of thing goes on.
I want to believe what I'm thinking isn't true, but...
It was a focusing disintegrator.
Then... whoever killed Sparky... But you said they'd gone.
For some reason, they want to stop me. Somehow we were traced here. I want you to get in your vehicle and go to a place where you will be safe.
But how could they... Grandpa. I left a note for Grandpa. They must have... Oh, Derek.
I will go to your place.
No, they may be waiting for you there. I can call Grandpa.
Hello?
Oh, Grandpa, thank heaven. Derek, he's all right.
Betty, what is it, child? What's the matter?
Grandpa, was somebody there? Somebody you told we were at the college?
Oh, yes, a friend of Derek's. Did he find you okay?
He's a murderer. He killed Professor Simpson, Grandpa. He's after Derek, and he's probably on the way back to the house right now.
Murderer? But are the police...
Don't argue, Grandpa. Just get out of there. We're going to the City Hall police station right now. Meet us there.
Don't worry about me, Betty. I'll leave right away. Goodbye, honey.
I better call the police and let them know we're coming.
With what weapons are they equipped?
With guns. Why?
Guns that emit what?
Bullets? What do you mean?
Bullets. Centuries-old invention against...
Hello, operator. Give me the police department. Hurry. We'll be there right away. Thank you.
Betty, tell me how to go there. I want you to go somewhere else where you will be safe.
We're safer than the City Hall. The police said they're going to have armed guards waiting for us on the front steps. I told them we'd be right there. Let's hurry.
You're not getting any help from me.
Did they return here? Tell me. I have no reason to harm your granddaughter, But if you do not tell me,
You can kill Derek?
Why should you care about him?
Why shouldn't I? Why do you want to kill him?
It is important only that he leave here, that I return him to where he belongs.
Where is that?
From where he escaped. I need not harm anyone if you tell me where he is. If you do not, there will be many deaths. Beginning with you, now.
He's not here. He's in the center of the city.
Where? Take me there. You will pilot the vehicle. Go. Be swift.
Alice? Betty? Anybody here? Holy mackerel.
You think the tip might have been a phony, Mac?
Don't think so, Harry. The girl who called seemed to know what she was talking about.
Not a call, Mac. Joe Rogers, reporter on the Daily News. He's on the way over. Found another skeleton. Only this time at the bottom of a swimming pool.
The city hall is just up ahead in the next block. Oh, I hope Grandpa's there waiting for us safe and sound.
What are you doing?
Be silent. Continue ahead.
You stay here in the car. You'll be safe. He's after me, not you.
He must have slipped off that way. Come on.
Stay under cover.
Betty, thank the Lord you're safe. I just came from Alice's. There was a skeleton in the pool.
Alice? Oh, no. We came to meet Grandpa. The murderer came in the car with him.
What? But how did you get mixed up in this?
Since he killed Sparky out by the old mine. He's an insane killer, Joe.
And he forced Gramps to drive here? Where is Gramps? Is he okay?
Yes, well, there he is trying to get across the street.
You stay put. I'll go over and help him across.
What are you doing down here? Go into the building. That is the safest place.
Look. Here on the sidewalk. Drops of blood.
Betty, go into the building.
Derek.
Give me the weapon you have, Derek. Slowly. One sudden move and I slay you both.
Derek? Derek, do as he says.
Get in! You will take me to a man of surgery to remove the metal pellets from my flesh.
That is not possible.
Yes, we must. We must do as he says. I know a doctor's office. We'll take him there.
She is very wise. Now go!
That's the way it happened. Next
Next thing I knew, he was trying to fire out the window at Betty and Derek. I swerved the car and... Say, where is Betty?
That's funny. She must be around someplace.
But the car's gone. They must have left without me.
Well, don't worry, Gramps. You'll get an escort home. I'm going to phone the story into the paper and then drive out to the old mine Betty mentioned.
The old mine? What's out there?
I don't know. That's where she said Sparky was killed by the guy.
Sparky, our dog? She didn't tell me about that.
Hey, Mac, over here. Blood spots on the sidewalk. Now, where's that car that was parked here?
That's it. That's how the killer got away. In our car? Then Betty and Derek, they must have been kidnapped. You've got to do something. You've got to find them.
This is it, Derek. That's Dr. Brandt there. He looks like he's leaving.
Stop him. Block his path.
Is there some emergency? I have a house call to make. Office hours don't begin for another hour.
Go inside, all of you.
I say, what is this?
He's holding a gun on us, Dr. Brandt. We had to bring him here. He wants bullets removed.
I see. I'm afraid I cannot be of any help. You will need hospital facilities for anything else.
Be silent and get inside. We will remove the pellets here, now.
Leave these people alone, Thor. Where is our ship? I will take you there.
No, it is gone. Do as I say.
Derek, please. Doctor, you must try.
You will have to lie down here. I will prepare an anesthetic. Pain will be great.
I will not be drugged. We will simply remove the pellets. Both of you, sit there. I shall keep you covered. Take heed. One treacherous move and they pay with their lives. Now proceed.
Thor, tell me why you have been searching for me. It must have been important for you to have
the gargant to be raised here. You could not be allowed to run free.
But the specimen reaction was negative.
It was verified positive after you escaped. The captain should have let me kill you when I had a chance.
And why didn't he? I saw him stop you when you fired at me.
Because he just learned that you were the son of our leader.
Why did you fire at me in the city?
Your life or death was put in my hands. A traitor does not deserve to be our next leader.
The only reason you do not fire now is to force attention to your wounds. When that is done...
Proceed!
Antiseptic must be applied to your wounds, and you will need bandages. I'll get them.
way.
I was terrified he'd see us before we got out of there.
He may yet. Get in. I will take you back to the police.
In his present condition, he cannot remain conscious long. By the time we return with the police, he should be completely helpless.
Derek, what was he talking about? The Gargon to be raised here, and you, the son of the leader. You said you didn't know your father.
I did not know the things he said. I thought they'd gone. I wanted to forget them forever. But now I know. They plan to return.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm going with you.
Where?
To the old mine shaft.
How did you hear about that?
The old fellow inside. He's been telling us everything he can think of. Mentioned that's where you were going.
Okay, hop in. Maybe something will turn up out there.
You're in here? I know you are. I'll find you.
My nurse, Miss Moss. She'll be arriving for office hours.
I can hear you. I can hear you breathing. You cannot escape me. I'll find you. I'll find you. I'll find you. I'll find you.
Already left? Miss Moss, thank heavens I've reached you. This is Dr. Brandt.
Where are you, Doctor? There's an emergency patient here. I've done all I can.
Listen, Miss Moss. He's a murderer.
He held hostages at gunpoint to force me to remove bullets. We were fortunate in escaping. You must get out of there.
A murderer?
We're sending the police, but if you treated him, he could revive at any moment.
Yes, Doctor. I'll leave immediately.
You will come with me. Put that down.
Miss Moss, what is it?
Drop it, I said.
What do you want?
You will help me to escape. Go out. That vehicle. Is that how you arrived?
Yes, that's my car.
Get in. You will take me where I say. If you disobey, you will be killed.
The police are on the way, Dr. Brandt.
It's no use. I was too late. They're gone.
Thor has escaped? But how could he? You said he would be helpless and...
Without aid. But my nurse, she didn't know. She bandaged him, gave him an injection. He revived.
No. We've got to tell the police. They might be able to do something.
I'll tell them. I'll tell them what happened.
find him eventually.
It is what I noticed coming here. The Gargan. They are small when young, but they can attain the size of this building in no more than a day.
Can't you stop them?
The only chance is to duplicate the operation of the disintegrator.
How can that be done?
The men of science here might be able to do it if they could get Thor's by the model. If only there is enough time.
You know, I don't get this guy. Animals or humans, he just seems to like killing.
There's more to it than that, Joe. There's something behind this, something we don't understand. Weapon he uses, it's unheard of. Blasting flesh right off the bone.
Look at that tree over there. Used it for target practice by the looks of it.
I don't know. Let's take a look in the old cave.
Where are we going? You've got to tell me.
It is not far now.
You can't escape. The police will find you.
Possibly they will. But barricaded in the mouth of a cave, with you as hostage and me with this...
How long do you think you can hold out that way?
Long enough. There will not be too long to wait.
Hey! Bring your flash bulbs up here. This tunnel is black as pitch.
Okay, I'll be right up.
An intruder already.
No! I won't let you kill anyone.
I see you do not value your life. He's getting away. Follow him.
No.
Dare refuse?
Are you hurt badly?
I don't think so. Just bruised. Oh, thank heavens it's over. It was like a nightmare.
I wish it was over.
Oh, what do you mean?
Back in the cave, where he shot at me. Some kind of man-eating monster. Poor Mac, the guy I was with. I could hear the thing tearing him apart. He was dead in a few seconds.
Oh, how horrible. What could it have been?
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'm afraid the nightmare has just begun.
The man guilty of these strange killings now lies mute in confinement at General Hospital, where he is being treated for minor injuries. Authorities plan to transfer him to city jail tonight. The fantastic murder weapon he used has not been located. Mystery still surrounds the disappearance of a man-eating beast said to have been in an abandoned mine shaft outside the city limits. These newsreel shots were made immediately after the city police surrounded the cave and found it completely empty. Evidence in the cave appeared to confirm the report that a monster of some sort had been shackled there, but had somehow attained strength enough to pull itself loose and escape. Groups of armed volunteers have set out in search of the creature, hoping to track it down and destroy it. Meanwhile,
crash just below here. If that disintegrator is down there, I'm going to find it.
Derek, I just thought. The monster that escaped from the cave. It must have been there at the same time we were. What I can't figure out is, why did it escape when it did? Why not sooner?
It would not have been large enough, but the man it consumed increased its growth rate.
Then, how big would it be now?
There is no telling. You stay here. Keep the door closed. Go back, it's too dangerous for you.
We can find that thing twice as fast if we both look.
You make me angry, but I like you very much.
In a moment, the moon will come from behind a cloud. It'll be easier to see what we're looking for.
Yes, the light from your moon, it will help.
My moon? Where are you from, Derek? I think I know. I think I've known for some time. You're not from this world, are you?
I did not know how to tell you.
It seems impossible to believe. You're so much like us. Like my brother, Grandpa when he was young. And to think.
We were made the same. The only difference is that we were put on places far, far apart.
What is it like, where you're from?
Babies are bred and raised like livestock, parented by the most perfect specimens of our race. If you become ill, you are put to death, as are the old.
You won't be going back ever, will you?
I shall make the earth my home, and I shall never, never leave it. Come from behind the cloud.
Derek. The cricket. It's so quiet.
The garden, get back!
There it is, Derek! It was under the rock! Quick! Shoot it, Derek! Shoot it!
That won't work! Run! Go start the motor! Hurry! Must have been damaged somehow when Thor was thrown in the crash.
You said that thing would keep growing. If it does, What can stop us from wrecking the city? And
I may be able to repair the damaged part of the disintegrator. If I can, we will stop the Gargan and give the Earth a weapon against invasion as well. If only I could get it to work.
What was that?
Only a coyote.
There it is!
Grandpa was so exhausted he fell sound asleep with all his clothes on. Do you think you can fix it, Derek?
I have found the damaged part.
Such a little thing. And yet it has the power to destroy as it does.
It is worthless, unless I can figure out an energy substitute.
Maybe it won't come into the city, Derek.
It will come to the city. For more food, if nothing else.
Station 86, out by the hills, due northeast. There's some kind of a monster. It suddenly bobbed up and seemed to touch the sky. I have not been drinking. No, I can't see it now. It must be behind the hills. I'm getting out of here.
The few remaining survivors of the search party that was attacked report that the beast they encountered was many times the size they expected, indicating that the monster has some strange power of rapid growth. An exact description was... We have a bulletin just received. According to a report not yet confirmed, a beast of seemingly gigantic proportions has been sighted.
Just going to jump back into the cockpit here for a second.
City officials have called for military help. Planes and troops.
So the question I was just asked was about NB's non-directional beacons.
In places of safety.
So
bomb shelters, as directed by Civil Defense Administrator. I repeat.
Just want to get the one that we're heading towards.
It has grown. It's just northeast of town. I better wake up Grandpa and I'll go down to the cellar.
You go there with him. Very good chance I can do something yet.
What? What are you looking at?
Those wires. Going from pole to pole. They carry the source of energy used for illumination and power in the homes.
Yes, electricity.
And the wires are spread throughout the city, are they not?
You mean you might be able to make the disintegrator work by hooking it to...
Possibly. If the power were great enough.
Near Brisbane, I'm just looking for it.
I've got to try it.
I can help, Derek. I'm going with you.
What's going on? What's all the commotion about?
Grandpa, Derek and I are going out to the edge of town. Wait for us here.
First, I must put the disintegrator back together, and then find proper tools.
I can load the car with every tool we have in the garage.
All right, then. Let us go.
Okay, it's not on the charts. Let me just do a little bit of looking here. The thing with the non-directional beacons is they're starting to phase them out as nav aids.
Everybody's supposed to take shelter. The monster from the cave is
380.
Huh?
So 380 is the Sunshine Coast non-directional beacon. So if we go down here to the
Come on then, let's go.
radio nav page, and here under ADF, we type in 380 and put in the frequency. I'm not sure how far away we are from it. Oh, you can just see it picking it up there. So if we come over here to ADF, it'll give us the green arrow. And now if we go over to VOR mode, or there it is. We're right on the border of where we can pick it up, which is why it's flashing. Non-directional beacons are very much a line of sight. and they're limited range. So it's over that way. You can see the arrows pointing about 056 degrees, 055 degrees, and it's slowly swinging around as we fly past it. So that's going to point in the direction of the beacon. So what you will not get is any distance measuring, since it's basically a radio station is all it is. So you can use them as nav aids, and you can use them as a reference point. So if you wanted to make a turn when you were 90 degrees off the beacon, you could use this, and then when it came down to 90 degrees, like straight over, you could make your turn. So it's another type of beacon. It's less frequently used nowadays in regards to navigation, but it is a type that is there. So, and it shows in here, it shows green where VORs show the white arrows. So you can actually have an NDB and a VOR up at the same time. So that's pretty much how they work. And again, if you put it on over here, it just tells you that you're tuned in, but it won't show it on your ND display until you go into the VOR mode.
I can join in more circuits.
Alright, so we'll turn that off, and that's about that. So we'll head back to the movie.
Turn the weapon over to the scientists now.
It is too late.
You mean they're coming? Already?
Your people are here for you. I must leave. They will take care of you.
But Derek, you promised. You said...
I know what I must do. You must not interfere.
Betty, thank heavens you're all right.
That book has indeed made you forget many things. We are the supreme race. We have the supreme weapons.
Somehow I feel that I've always known you, but we've never been apart.
You are the son of our leader.
You won't be going back ever, will you?
How did he get a weapon like that? It makes me think of what the killer used.
It is. The same thing.
But who is he? Where did he come from, anyway?
Someplace none of us has ever heard of before, Joe.
What do you mean?
Clear from another planet. Far out in space.
Hey, wait a minute.
Betty, this is no time to be joking.
I'm not joking. Where do you think the monster came from? And the man who was doing all the killing and the unheard-of weapon he used?
But how did
they... They came in a spaceship of some sort. Whatever those people told you they saw last night.
The flying saucer? And I thought those people were seeing things.
They weren't. Derek looked into the sky just before he left here. Somehow, he could tell more on the way.
He must be in the house. There's our car.
Oh, Derek!
Goodbye, Betty.
No, Derek, no.
You are Joe. I want you to take me somewhere in your vehicle.
What makes you think I will?
You refuse to take me?
That's right. I'm staying right here.
You will do as I say.
Derek, this isn't you.
Do not interfere, Betty. I beg you. Get in. take me to where they are keeping the prisoner.
The killer? He's at General Hospital, but...
Then take me there.
Joe, don't! The disintegrator, it won't...
Betty! Trust me. Trust me.
Derek seemed like such a nice fellow.
Grandpa, he promised me something. He promised he would never leave, that he would never go back. I don't believe he wants to break his promise to me. I'm not gonna let him.
What can you do about it, honey?
I think I know where he's going. Out by the old mine. I want to go there. I want to see him once more.
He's hurt you enough, Betty.
Grandpa, please let me go. I must.
The prisoner is in this building.
Looks like they haven't transferred him to city jail yet. What are you planning to do?
Never mind. Just get out of the car and walk in front of me. Do not move. I will take the prisoner. Get their guns. Hand them to me. Now get in. You face the wall. Keep your hands above your heads. I was stupid, Thor. Very stupid. But that is over. We are returning to meet the ships. Together.
Why do you let them live? Kill them!
There is no need. They will be dead soon enough, along with everything else on this planet. Go!
Look, that's what he meant.
Source are approaching from the sky. Radio contact has been attempted but cannot be established. Instructions are to prepare for an attack by an unknown enemy.
What made you think he was coming here?
They're coming. Told me they'd be coming. Told me he wouldn't go back with them. That he'd stay. That he wanted to stay.
Betty, let me take you back home.
No, Grandpa, look, here comes Joe's car.
Betty! Gramps, what are you doing here? Why do you concern yourself with them? Destroy them!
Why, Thor? They cannot change what is going to happen.
What is going to happen, Derek?
You must understand. Death must come to all. Sooner to some, later to others.
The guide ship is about to land. We must go to meet it.
Your promise, Derek. Don't you remember your promise?
I have not forgotten it.
Call that the guide ship? It looks like there are 100 more still in the sky.
What are they going to do?
Derek told me. The other ships are loaded with thousands of those horrible creatures, like the one Derek killed today.
Why are they bringing them here?
To raise, for food, safe distance from their own people.
And they don't care what happens to us?
Derek cared. He wanted to make the earth his home. Promised he would never leave. Oh, Joe.
I would have used the disintegrator on them, but it will not function without energy supply. It was damaged when you crashed. I had to bluff with it.
It is just as well. They will be the first victims of the Gargan herds.
So you were able to bring him back for us.
Who brought me?
I'm sorry I acted the way I did. I am ready to take my punishment.
There will be no punishment, my son.
You are my father?
I am. I have watched your progress since you were born. You have excelled in all things. I was most disappointed to learn that you had deserted. I came this trip hoping I would find you had returned.
Has what I have done not disqualified me? Am I still to...
You are back. That is all that matters. Your mistakes were made because of that book. It blurred your mind, but only temporarily.
How is it you are able to leave the planet? Will not the government structure collapse in your absence?
We will return immediately, as soon as the Gargans are unloaded from the fleet of ships. The people are unaware that I am gone.
Yes, we must leave quickly. If your absence were discovered, it would likely spark the beginning of a revolution. I am not the only one who had that book, Father.
Yes, I know. And you will help in tracking down others who may have such books.
Yes, I see the fleet is approaching. They are flying from radio signals from the guide ship, are they not? Let me be the one to direct them in for landing.
Captain, are the ships close enough to receive their landing signals?
Momentarily, but...
Then go below, Derek. You will bring them in.
Derek, what are you doing? Unbolt the hatch.
Looks like Derek went in first and closed the entranceway.
Whatever's in the sky, they're getting mighty close.
Derek has some plan. He's not doing what they want him to, I'm sure.
Master control to fleet. Master control to fleet. Increase speed. Set flight pattern to -.08. Increase speed.
The ships seem to be converging and increasing their speed. They cannot land.
He doesn't plan to have them land, but crash. They're coming right at us.
Derek's doing it. That's what he planned.
But he's in charge there. He'll be killed too. Get down inside the cave. Think of what you are doing. Turn the ships around before it is too late.
Hold course steady. I shall make the earth my home, and I shall never, never leave it.
tried to choke me. You must be pretty cold, buddy. No, I ain't cold. Oh, yes, you are. Step over by the fire and get warm for dinner. Oh, boy. Feline fricassee. I'm going to pick you dry.
Make sure that I look my best. For my job, I'm in front of people, so it's just so important to always look my best, and that's what I can count on from the Hair Club staff. I sincerely believe the better you look, the better you feel. When I initially came to Hair Club, I was a lot heavier than I am now, and the motivation I got from this team here to do something significant, to change something significantly about the way I look, that really carried over. In fact, I like to say that doing something about my hair loss was a catalyst that made me make a lot of other positive decisions in my life. And it all comes down to making simple decisions to come to Hair Club and making a positive decision in my life. I promise you this, you will not be disappointed, and there's so much upside to this decision. So, book a consultation today.
Hey guys, we're back in the flight deck, and as you can see, the weather's deteriorated a little bit. A bit more cloud up at altitude here. And if you're watching the chat, I posted the MEDAR in. This is going to be an interesting approach. So first of all, let's see if we can get actual in-sim weather here for the destination. If not, that's fine. I've got access to the real world MEDAR, and given we're flying with real live weather, it should be fairly accurate. So there is no star for the airfield we're going into. Basically, we're going to be flying directly to the entry point onto the approach, which I will show you in a minute, and we'll discuss how this is going to work. Received messages. Hey, there we go. We're actually getting it now. So let's take a look, and we'll punch the information in. So, YSNF. It's about 50 minutes old. It's auto reporting. So winds are 070 at 19, gusting to 30. We are landing on 11. So we're going to have about a 40-degree left crosswind, front crosswind. Wind gusts aren't going to help. Broken at 1500, overcast at 1900. Wonderful. Temperature's 22, dew point's 20, which means the clouds are close to the ground. And QNH is 1015. So let's get that punched in. We'll go to our descent and then our approach. So 1015 on the QNH. Temperature of 22. So here's the math here. Clouds generally form when there's moisture near and the temperature and the dew point match. And as you go up in altitude, about every, on average, 1.5 to 2,000 feet, you get a 1 degree change in temperature. So you can see the overcast is about 2,000 feet. So there's, 2,000 feet difference. That kind of brings them into matching temperature ranges. So that's where your clouds are starting to form. Winds are 070 at 19. Be nice to be able to put the gusts in. Transition altitude here. Let's see what it says on the approach plate. $13,000 feet. 13000. And as this is an RNAV, straight in landing, RNAV, VNAV. We do not have working VNAV. We do not have the actual aerodrome because there's no traffic control. So we're going to use the, actually I should show you this. Let me pull it up. There you go. So you can see here in the bottom section here, the landing straight in. It says LNAV, VNAV. And there's our decision height and our minimum descent altitude. It's not working. We don't have a VNAV. So if we go over here just to LNAV, which we do have, it says actual area QNH. Well, we don't have that because our aerodrome QNH. We don't have that because there's no tower. So we go to the next one, forecast terminal, which is what we have as a forecast. And these are our decision heights. So we're not that far below the clouds. So because it's an RNAV, we're going to use the actual height. So that's going to be at 1060. So we'll enter that in for our MDA, and that gives us our information there. So this is what we're doing. We're flying basically direct to Pinky. As you can see, we got to be at 2300 at Pinky, and then we're going to fly on a heading of 170 and I'm going to use track mode on the, not heading mode, because I want to make sure the airplane's tracking this over the ground. Track at 170, and when we're 1.1 nautical miles from SNFWF, that waypoint, we're going to start down at a 3-degree angle on the FPA, and that should bring us right down to the runway, and we should be pretty well lined up when we pop through. So there's a lot of if work here. Hopefully the LNAV, the lateral navigation, works, and it can bring us down this path, and we only have to worry about the descent. We'll see. I've never had success using the RNAV with the approach mode, so this is going to be interesting. For the airport itself, if we take a look at the airport, you can see we're coming on a longer runway. It's 6,000 feet, so we're going to be auto brake 2. And we do want to get off at the intersection and then head up here on 04 up to where the terminal is. If I miss it, I'm going to have to turn around and backtrack. So Nick is going to leave some room behind, so it gives me some time to get down and get out of the way, and there won't be a rush. The plan is, going back over here to the chart, I want to be at probably at 160 knots, flaps 2, gear down by the time I reach Pinky, and level at 2300. Once we're on the path, I'll start slowing down, and I want to be fully established, full flaps down by the time I hit the descent part, so that I'm not worried about trying to do all that stuff. So this is going to be interesting, and we'll see how that all plays out. So I'm going to start my descent probably when I get within about 20 miles of what is it, Ubok? Ubdak, it's a D. Because then it's only 90 miles to Delos, and that's right down by the airport. So if we go into our flight plan, you can see Pinky there. Pinky's only 15 miles from Delos, so we don't have a lot of fudge room, and we're out over the ocean. I don't mind cruising along at, say, 3,000 feet, and then just ascend that last little bit before we hit Pinky. Just probably what I'm going to do. So we're 191 miles out now, and my fuel prediction right now is that we'll have 6.5 tons when we land. As mentioned, it's a long way to our alternate if we have to go there, and I really don't want to fly up to New Caledonia. So that is the plan. Gonna descend at, we'll hold it around 270 knots at about we'll initially go at 1,500 feet per minute, and then we'll adjust. Probably going to need the anti-icing on all the way down, since we got a lot of cloud here. As you can see on the radar, it's looking horrendous in front of us. Seems to clear a little bit towards the island. We will see. So Norfolk Island is an Australian external territory, as I think they call it. So it is, yeah, thanks Christian. I hope not. The cloud base is close to minimums. I may push down a little bit lower, but we'll see how it plays out. It's a small island. I mean, the airport itself, and with the runways and everything, takes up about 1/8 of the island, so looks like a small little community there. we'll see how it all goes. So with Dallas, I can be down at 3,000 feet and ready to go. We got that tailwind, so we're going to have to start a little bit earlier. So I'll probably start when Dallas is 120 miles out, just to make sure I got room. And then when we're 60 miles out, we'll see how far down. I got to get down, what's that, 34,000 feet. So 60 miles out, I should be down at 17,000 feet. We'll see how that works out. But it's been a great flight, but yeah, maybe flaps 3. Good point. Don't go full flaps. I mean, it's giving me an approach speed of 129. Can I tell that I'm going to be doing a flaps 3? There, config 3. So it's giving me 140 on the approach speed now. So we'll go do a flaps 3 landing. Gonna be full of firsts on this one. Never done that before. So still no ATC here. It's been very quiet on VATSIM, although we've seen some airplanes in the area flying around. Dallas is almost at the 120 marker. What flaps 3 button? Which button are you talking about, Christian? Alright, so we're there now. So we're going to start down. Let's tune the speed back a little bit. I'm going to set 3,000 feet. Start down. 1,500 feet. And in order to keep control of the speed, I'm going to go into manual throttle mode. Left side landing flaps 3. Left side landing flaps 3. What section am I looking over? Cockpit voice record. Is that up at the top? Need a little bit more specific. How far up the panel am I trying to look here? Oh, left overhead panel. Oh. Got it. Good call. Thank you very much. A little bit of sun glare on the panels here. Turn them up a little bit. Norfolk Island traffic, Skyways 5556, leaving flight level 370 for the approach Norfolk Island. There's nobody here to hear it, but that's fine. Didn't know that button was there. I have to ask HD about what it does. Yeah, it's about a 20-second delay, I find. I can see the chat as soon as you type it in, but on the actual screen for the stream, it's about a 20-second delay.
I am.
Yeah, okay, Nick, you're here to listen to me. Fine. We all appreciate you being here. And I know you're looking forward to this approach. Alright, let's watch the speed, bring her back. I want to keep her about 270. Getting close. We should be down into the approach in about 20 minutes. Hopefully on the ground. No, not long after that, about 25 minutes or so. Oh, no, oh, it's a configuration thing, okay.
Norfolk Island traffic, Fever 464, descending from flight level 370 down to 3000. Keep speed at around 260.
To assist with customs at our destination, flight attendants will begin handing out forms momentarily. Please review and complete these forms and keep them with you for presentation upon arrival.
Alright, we're through 30,000 feet. This is where I turn on the go back to your seat sign so that everyone can get strapped in. Cabin crew can get a cabin set up for landing. Everybody starts filling in their customs declaration cards, looking for everything they squirreled away in the seats, especially those up in the business class section. Slowing down in the thicker air here. So next week's stream, we're doing another Australia one. On that one, we'll be flying from Auckland over to the Gold Coast in Australia. kind of the area we passed over when we made the turn out to sea. So a little bit shorter flight, probably about 2.5 hours or so. And hopefully we'll have nice sunny weather on that one. There we go. Time for the anti-ice. And Christian, I'd like to see if we can get you set up on VATSIM, and maybe you could join us on that one.
Seabird 464, position report 85 from Dallas. 85 from Dallas.
Alright, so that's about 15 miles. 14, 15 miles. That's good. There's our speed creeping again. Alright, so coming down here, we'll set 270. That's my reference. Oop. And nothing but gray murk outside of the cockpit. Still got that little bit of a tailwind, but that's apparently going to swing around off our left side. So we're about 21 miles. So you see we're going to be high, so we're going to drop that down to 2,000 feet now on the descent. Come back a little bit on the engines, so we're going to have to get ourselves down. Probably come back to 2,200 feet per minute. Let's make sure we get her down to that 3,000. Oh, the Casablanca guy. Yeah, oh, got to admit, he was a good laugh. It was funny listening to him. Yeah, and that's the thing, real life. I mean, we sometimes get that here in Canada, flying to Quebec, and the guy's got a heavy French accent. But yeah, you fly into a country that, you know, you've got somebody else whose first language isn't English, and you're both trying to communicate. It can be challenging at times. That's part of the fun. It adds to the realism. And I have had to have guys type out their instructions, especially clearance or taxi instructions, just because I just wasn't picking up on what they were saying. All right, 20,000. It's 1015. Let's just make sure we get that entered in there. Go. So we're cleared all the way down, so that's fine. Self-clearance is a wonderful thing. So the rule with the when you switch over, if you are cleared to an altitude above the transition level or an altitude below the transition altitude, you can just might as well set it, because you're going to be passing straight through it anyway. So that's all good. Yeah, you can say that, or you can just ask them, hey, can you send me a message with the information on it? And they'll do it, no problem. The big thing is to know your approaches and know what you're flying into, so that you're able to you're kind of anticipating and you're listening and you know what it should be. Sometimes the hard one is if they go direct to a certain waypoint. And if you're not familiar with the waypoints, that can be a little bit confusing as well. So, all right, 16,000 feet. So 13,000 is our transition. That's coming up. Here I was hoping heading to the southern hemisphere would give us some nice weather. Didn't quite happen. And that's the good thing about being like fourth in line last night was, or yesterday was, I was hearing it over and over so I could figure out what I was doing, and I was expecting it to come. So it's when you're first in line and you have no idea what's going to happen. All right, so we're 33 miles from Dallas. It's 13,000 feet coming up. We've already switched over, so that's good. And speed is under control. Start bringing the speed back to 250. We do have the 10,000 foot speed restriction. And we'll take you up to 2,000 feet per minute. Speed's coming back. This is where the working VNAV would really come into play, because you'd have your altitude restrictions set on these, and the airplane would just do it on its own. You may have to add a little bit of spoiler, like I'm going to do right now, just to keep the speed down. But other than that, the airplane plans its descent angle and timing and all that type of stuff on its own. Alright, we're under 10,000 feet, so speed's 250. Lights are coming on. Taxi light coming on. Landing systems are not required. Fuel quantity is checked. And flaps are up and gear is up. So I'm now going to put the engines back in managed mode. 250 knots. And keep using the speed brake to control our speed. Still nothing but cloud. There's some rain. Wonderful. You can hear those engines spooling up, which I don't want happening. So speed's back to 240. Should give us about a 250 on the descent. No, I never had that. I had that balloon effect once, and then I downloaded an update, and I didn't have it again. So I haven't downloaded another version of the dev mode. So I don't get the balloon effect. At least I haven't the last few flights. We'll see again on this one. But I've been pretty lucky with that. So only had it once, but I changed versions, and then I haven't had it since. All right. So we're out of that cloud layer, so that's looking really nice. We got a bit of time, so we'll ease off on our angle. We're going to keep the speed at 240. There's 3,000. Ease off on the speed brakes. You can see the rain coming down out of these clouds. And the island's just 30 miles dead ahead of us. Alright, there's 3,000 feet. So I'm going to arm the speed brakes now so I don't forget later.
And Speedbird 464 is vectoring 030 for spacing due to speed.
So we're 8 miles from Delos. Speed's coming back. So once we hit Delos, that's the start of our approach. So we'll go into approach mode at that point. Not going to need the anti-ice at this point. Alright. So after we make the turn at Delos, we'll slow to 210. Oh, we'll get ready to slow to 210. We're still a little bit away. We'll do it about 10 miles from Pinky. But we're going to get ready to do our descent as well to 2,300. There's the island directly ahead of us. Stormy day down here in the South Pacific. Alright, and for some reason it thinks Pinky's only 2 kilometers away. Not quite, that's fine. See if it makes the turn, because that's a little bit wrong. You can see we're now in the approach phase. There, we're turning for Pinky, 15 miles away. Norfolk Island traffic, Skyways 5556 at Delos. Now on the RNAV, or the Swift 8, or correction, the RNAV approach for runway 11. I got confused. Forgot there wasn't a star there. All right, so 2,300. It should make that turn, which will be great, because that's the one where we gotta start our descent. In fact, we're going to do this at the moment. I'm going to go terrain mode. That will clear the weather radar. See if it tracks the RNAV, and if not, we'll go into FPA mode, or we'll go into track mode. Alright, so we're all set. So speed brake is set, auto brake set to 2, cabin crew been notified, although they won't get the warning yet. Still too fast. 7.5 miles out. Speed going into managed. That'll bring us down to 210. Looks like Nick's doing an improvised holding orbit out there. So there's the island. And the airport's kind of on the southwestern end of it. Five miles. Flaps 1. So you can see there's a slight lift there, Christian, but I don't have that big ballooning effect that everyone has. That's kind of proper, that little amount there. Two and a half miles. Flaps 2. Gear coming down. Let's try the cabin again.
Cabin crew seats for landing.
Alright, we'll make the turn and we just gotta go flaps 3. Should almost be a visual approach. I can see the runway from here. You can see the birds up on the PFD. Turning. So I want 1.1 miles out, and we'll see if this works. Winds are 34 from the right. All right, we're pretty well lined up. We've got a good crab going. So when we cross SNFWF, we should be at 1960. Actually, we got a visual, so know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put in approach mode. Let's see if it does it properly. So we've got Alt Final and Alt Approach Nav. Let's see if it picks up on it. If not, I'll just hand fly it down. That's fine. So about 1.1 miles out, it should start to descend. Norfolk Island traffic, Skyways 5556 established on the RNAV for runway 11. It's 1.7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nope, she's not going to do it. Oh! No. Thought she was. Alright, so we'll come off on the autopilot. We'll do this manually.
And Seabird 464 is 24 miles from Pinky. Just let us know how you get on when you get down.
See, that's the thing I can't figure out. I can't figure out how to do this approach. But I know I want about a 3 degree, which is basically you put the bird sitting on top of the 5 degree line, so the bottom of the bird's at the line. That's about a 3 degree. If the bird's covering the line in the halfway point, that's 5 degrees. I've got PAPI lights and everything, so I can see I'm doing pretty good. I have to watch some tutorials on how to do this. And flaps full. Or flaps 3, which for us is flaps full for this landing. And it's looking very good. Slight drift. Keep that crab going. Let's get a good view here.
100 above. Minimum.
Continue.
1,000.
You can see the wind is changing as we get lower, so we've got to keep adjusting our track. Get her back over. 2 whites, 2 reds. There we go. Good descent rate. We're on the center line. Oop, little bump as we hit the cliff there, and we got the wind. Oh, look at these houses right at the end of the runway. A little high, nose down slightly.
Sink rate.
That's fine.
Sink rate.
Throttle.
10, 5.
Oh, we're not center line, but we're on the runway. Speed brake up. Oop, a little bit of a gust caught me there. Speed brake off, manual braking, and we'll turn off. Norfolk Island traffic, Skyways 5556 is clear, runway 11.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached our destination.
And we go.
The time is 2:58 p.m. and it's currently about 22 degrees Celsius. You can now use your mobile devices. Please remain seated until the aircraft has come to a complete stop and the seatbelt sign is turned off. Remember to use caution when opening the overhead bins, as items may have shifted during the flight. If this is your final
Well, welcome to Norfolk Island.
for flying with us. If you're making a connection, we encourage you to check your itinerary to ensure a smooth continuation of your journey.
Very nice. Just gonna pull up my other chart so I can see the ramp. I think there's 2 parking spots here for larger aircraft. Yeah, you're right. That was a good call, Christian. That was a very good call. There's a terminal building there behind the trees. And then once we get parked, we'll jump in the drone and see if we can see Nick land. I'm sure he won't mind a bunch of eyes watching him. There's our ground crew. Looks like they parked a truck where we're going. Are you bringing me in? Ooh. A little bit more, and we're here. We're here. We have the parking brake on. Alright, parking brake's on. Thrust levers are at idle. Ground contact has been established. Ground operations are in effect. Electrical power is connected. It's wow, there is no ground crew or anything here. Alright, we'll come off on that. We'll go to menu probably. There we go. Or the logbook. Get out of that. We'll kill the lights. And today's passenger signs are off. And we'll shut all of you off. And the fuel pumps. There we go. And we are parked. Now, let's get the drone up. Let's go find... Oop, that's not what I wanted. It's definitely not what I wanted. Let's see if we can find Nick.
Norfolk Island traffic, Speedbird 4 is 8 miles from Pinky for runway 11.
When we first looked at the route, the alternate for this was Auckland, but given the weather and the winds, today when I did the planning and loaded it in, it was New Caledonia to the north. They're kind of equal distance, but it's still another hour and a half away, 2 hours away. So it would have been a long flight to the alternate if we couldn't get in here. I'm just lucky that the clouds broke like they said they were going to break. They're a little bit higher than the forecast, which is good. So it was nice nice to break through and be able to see the water and see we weren't going to have that issue. But you can see on the horizon right here, there's little rain spots coming down as you head out there. So, and you can hear the wind. And if we look at the island, I mean, you can see the low clouds out there. We got cloud level right here in front of us. But this is the island. It's not very big. You can see how much space the airport takes on the island. And this is a big nature preserve here on the hill. So it's a very small island. I think it used to be a obviously a military station during the Second World War. Probably Australian based here out of here. Because I think to the north, up New Caledonia way, that's where the and then up into the Solomons, some pretty big battles there. So I don't know if you can see it yet, but I've got Nick's lights on the horizon. We'll get down so we can get a nice view of them coming in. Well, thank you guys for coming and watching and joining us for the flight. Do appreciate it. Well, the wind did come around, and the mountain did affect it because I had to suddenly start correcting my track, and I did get a gust when I hit that cliff. I got a bit of a kick on it, and I did feel that. So we'll see how he does. It's not bad though. You just got to brake quickly, or else you're going to overshoot that connecting runway. Again, it's only 6,200 feet, this runway. I'm not sure what it is to the intersection. Probably about 3,400 feet. So you're landing quickly. That wind is really, really blowing there. So in case you're wondering, landed at 130 knots and a negative 245 feet per minute. And the winds were 7-1 at 19 when I touched down. So a little breezy. Of course, you're out in the middle of the ocean. There's nothing to break the winds up before they get here. So I think for the most part, a lot of these small islands are pretty windy all the time. It is nice. I would like to visit some of these little islands in the Pacific. See what they're like. Some of the ones with some of the history behind them. Oh, I got my speed set at. Yeah, I think what do they call it? Landing with authority. You put it down and get it down and plant it. See the waves on the water with the wind, and very, very pretty simulator. Where's the runway? Basically, one end of the island to the other is the stretch of the runway there. But I guess other than a 3-day, 4-day boat ride, this is kind of the only way to get to the island. Just notice I've got some about an hour ago looks like I had a frame rate issue, but seems to be straightened up now. I think that was I think the weather changed and then the clouds changed, and I got my clouds set on ultra, and I think it kind of bogged the system a little bit. So hopefully it wasn't too noticeable. There he is. Probably going to be wondering what the hell a British Airways jet is doing landing in here. Not bad. Within the touchdown markers. A little bit of a wiggle there on the runway, probably dealing with the wind, but yeah, the runway's there. Might as well use it. So made it in anyway. Nice challenging runway. Weather not as bad as we were expecting, but good challenge. I mean, the nice weather, no winds, grease it on, no issues, is all nice and fun, but you know, sometimes a little bit of a challenge is nice. Yeah, that would be nice. Turn that speed back down. Get a shot of the two of us down here on Norfolk Island. And while there's a lot of freeware scenery out for places, I couldn't find any for here, so unfortunately there's no improved airport scenery for either here or back in Cairns, actually. Although I think there's a payware out for Cairns. It would be nice if there was something, but that's fine. It's not bad the way it is. You should have room here. Just have to tuck it over by those fuel pumps there. There we go. I'll grab a screenshot of that. Nice. Nicely done. So thanks everybody for watching. Hope you enjoy. Christian, enjoy your barbecue. Thanks for hanging out with us. And we will see you on the next one. Next week, next Sunday is the next live stream. See you then. Bye.